Go show those...
The trick to... You have my word. If the Counselor is in Leowin or the surrounding countryside, the Ivory Brigade will find her. Up now, citizen. Can't you see I have my hands full at the moment? I'm sure a guard or one of my brigadines can assist. Why didn't you say so? Leowin's problems are legion, and now the Wood Elf Archer's predictions seem to be coming true. Damn these old Imperial secrets. Councillor Jirik has disappeared, and the Ivory Brigade is already spread to the Wood Elf, Everly Sharparrow. She brought news that the Dark Brotherhood was targeting members of the Elder Council, all because of some secret of the Longhouse Emperors. We took her warning seriously, but with that guild of assassins, I'm not sure what to think. But Jirik is missing, and I don't have enough brigadines at the ready to conduct a proper search. Here, let me update your map. These are places Jirik visits during her daily routine. If something befell her, it happened somewhere along this path. Meanwhile, I have Everly Sharparrow.
Captain, are you really trusting the fate of Council?
There are many people in Leowin who need help. I have a job for you, if you...
Want to prove
Hello, adventurer. I have need of someone with your kind of metal. Word has come to Leowin of dark deeds taking place in Sitse. Apparently, a group of Naga extremists called the Sulsan are capturing and sacrificing people there. My client, Naluli, said she had an idea about how to weaken the group by destroying some of their ritual tools, but she herself is not much of a fighter. Be careful out there, friend. More than one adventurer has underestimated them.
So many new faces in the city. Are you here about the notice? We can use the help. If you need work and aren't concerned about risks, then we should talk. As a representative of Leowin, I can assure you that this is all above board. Oh no, not me personally. I work for Leowin's Chamber of Legates. These days, I'm more of an... If you prefer to work alone, see Deedham Joss. He's got odd tasks, but they pay well. If you're interested in group tasks, talk to Britta Solanus.
You here for crafting certification? Don't worry, there's no cost involved. Your alliance covers all my fees. Once you're certified, they're daily requests for crafted goods, but they're only available to certified crafters. If you can show me, I can train and certify blacksmiths, clothiers, and woodworkers. If that sounds like something you'd want, we can get started. Excellent. We can get started whenever you're ready. Let me know if you have some time. I can train and certify you in something else. If you convince me you know how, show me you can craft a pair of homespun gloves. First, you'll collect some raw jute, then return here and refine it. Finally, you'll use refined jute to make the gloves. Of course.
There is much more I can teach you. What else do you hope to learn from me?
Let me know if you have some time. I can...
next time. Welcome to our hall. The Fighters Guild. You should consider joining up. We have a new guild Excellent. I know we'll all be drawing blades together soon. Right. Our new guildmaster is an Argonian, sees all colors. She has us all hunting down the Daedra and their damned anchors. You might have seen them. Enormous chains, plagues of Daedra boil out to lay waste to the countryside. Ha! There's a good question. We train our members in special techniques, and the higher-ups are always looking for motivated members to help. Then let me be the first to officially welcome you as an associate of the Fighters Guild.
Have you seen the note? If you seek companions for your adventuring, look... Ah, of course! These listings are where other adventurers, much like yourself, can declare their interest. Those of a similar proclivity can join up together and form... Have you had the chance? Wonderful! This one hopes you found something that interests. This one is quite...
Comrade, a word. There's always more to do. Are you here about the job? You look like the sort Deetum Jas would send my way. He knew I knew. Good. I'm glad. I appreciate you taking up the job. I would have done it myself, but I know my limits. I gathered as much information. For one, the Sulzan are crazy and worship chaos. I don't exactly know what the purpose of the sacrifices are, but it's clear the Sulzan use specific tools. From what I observed, the ritual requires the joining of an unfertilized Argonian egg, a stone basin made during the time of dust, and a flame made with special herbs. Sadly, no, but at the very least seems that they are not easily replaced. Destroying these tools will delay the Sulzan. Barely any today. I hope you have better luck in Sidze than I'm having here. Nothing feels like...
What do fish like eating bait? Can they even taste this?
I open my claws in humility, Wanderer. Please, stay to hear my story. Have you heard of the Sulzan tribe? Vicious and unreal. A horde of those impure Limthians raided the old city and seized the Zanmir. They captured so many of my kin, or returned them to darkness. Their purpose hides from us. But with a stiff tail and bared abdomen, I beg for your aid. Please, gather a force of your strongest allies. Travel to Rockgrove and drive out the Sulzan. My gratitude fills every pond in the marshes. Perhaps with your aid, what remains of my home can be salvaged. Rockgrove lies south...
Pardon me. You're not the counselor. Apologies. I heard you stumbling about and thought it might... Oh, no one important, I assure you. I'm simply one of the counselor's aides. I help her with paperwork, mostly. She initially refused the captain's offer, but she received a letter that made her... uneasy. Last I saw, she was headed back to the city by way of the Eastern Gate, but she never returned.
The very air of this realm will destroy you!
refused to believe. But Farrell, Leviticus, they were right. I was attacked. An assassin. You must warn the others. The counselors. Leofic's secret. It will be...
Counselor Jirik! Damn, we're too late! Damn it, I'm too late. Poor Counselor Jirik. She didn't deserve to die like that. At least I don't think she did. Did you see what happened? Who attacked her? The mark of the Dark Brotherhood. Just like with Farrell Lupus. Sorry. I'm working for Counselor Leviticus, the head of the Chamber of Legates. I came to Leowyn to warn him after I stumbled across some secret concerning the Longhouse Emperors. It relates to something called the 4 Ambitions of Mehrunes Dagon. I think they're Daedric weapons, but I'm still puzzling that out. I was working for Farrell Lupus before he was murdered. Found a strange tome with Daedric markings at his behest. Yeah, that's what brought me here. I found a list of names. Farrell Lupus and members of the Elder Council. It said they all knew something about this secret. Since Farrell was murdered, I figured the others were in danger. Let me have your map. I'll mark where Councillors Valeria and Sophis were last seen. Go warn them, convince them to take precautions. Then meet me at Councillor Jirik's manor in the city. Maybe I'll get the city guards to come and gather the Councillor's body. She shouldn't just be left out here. Then I'll head to Councillor Jirik's manor. When you're done checking on Councillor Valeria and Councillor Sophis, meet me there. I'll get the city... Like I said, it all started when I found that strange tome for Farrell Lupus, and Emperor Leovic's journal. It was in code, but I got it translated. Sent me to a few... Right, but it turned out I wasn't the only one trying to learn more about the ambitions. A group of cracked acorns called the Order of the Waking Flame. Fanatic Mehrunes. I guess someone hired them to eliminate everyone who knows about the secret. The question is, who? And I was told by,
You, over here. This place is nice, but it's not a home. Feels like I'm hiding down here. People like us, we need powerful friends if we're gonna make it in this world. Don't play coy. I see it in your eyes. You've killed people. Or you will. You've got the same urges as I do. Just between us, you never heard of Tamriel's most elite guild of assassins? Rumor has it that if you take an innocent life and they notice, they'll offer you a place in the Dark Brotherhood. There, killers are free to pursue their word of advice. Urges aside, the Dark Brotherhood prefers to keep a low profile. Just remember, kill an innocent, get noticed. My sources say they're recruiting in Anvil, on the Gold Coast. I'll be at the docks there if you want to talk some more. That's one of the best things about the Dark Brotherhood. It hides in plain sight. No one knows where its headquarters is or how many members.
The only fish that go where the rivers flow are the dead ones.
Swinging swords, selling...
Are you here about the job? To forestall any confusion, yes, we split the proceeds equally. And no, I will not... You mean you aren't here about the notice? Well, allow me to explain. I need a partner for a difficult job. It pays well, but it involves... I'm so glad you came along. I've chartered a ship. When you're ready, meet me there. Here, I'll mark your map. Bring some lockpicks. They sell them here if you don't have any. I've never had a partner. I mean, on all other big jobs I've done, which I did alone, quite successfully, and most of the people I interviewed thought the rendezvous was too far away. Well, I paid for a ship in advance. I didn't realize how far I'd have to look to find a suitable partner. For the job, I mean.
You know, I once...
The guild has need of you, comrade. Well met, comrade. I have an urgent message. Report to me at once. I have a task for you. She's running things out of the guild hall in Darwin's Watch at the moment. The 8 guide you, comrade. No, but I have an idea. Word in the hall is that there's a big contract.
Out with it. I'm too busy for pleasantries and dribble at the moment. Venus, he's dead? How? No, he wouldn't want me to mourn when there's still work to be done. You found it alongside the body of one of the best researchers the guild has ever seen. Venus was a very tenacious man. If Venus says the stone was linked to the Prince of Change, I believe him. He was always right. It was incredibly annoying. I'll look into this strange stone immediately. It'll give me something to focus on with everything that's just... When reports of the portals and the cultists started coming in, Venus packed his bags. He couldn't sit idly by and wait for more news, even after I asked him to.
I'm on duty.
Get back on my feet.
While I may avert my claws in greetings, I promise they still are sharp. Come, Ojel. Speak. Oh, so he made it to safety? Such sunless news in a gloomy moment. Though I expected him to send one of our allies, our stone talker, Dust on Scales, claims to know who led this attack. If true, he may have an idea of how to reclaim our home from these. When the sun rose, I told my mate that I could taste toxins on the wind. He dismissed my fears. Then this happens. I wish he were here for me to gloat. Guards, warriors, hunters. When the sun rose,
You can go now, Root Brother. Lie back. Rejoin the One, as all things must. I do not fear this, Root Brother. But I do regret. Sooth, his soul? What is this? Did you see that? His soul, drawn from his body, as if pulled by some force. My scales parch with fear from the implications. Attacks from these Sul. This Zanmir stands atop powerful tides of flame and steam. These energies attract many, including, it seems, a Sulzan named Flame Herald Basse. When the swarm emerged, our warriors defended us while we escaped. 2 of my apprentices were among them. I expect they are all gone. You appear stiff of spine. Perhaps you... By my spread claws, you bring some small hope. My waters may flow yet. Go east through the old city. Push through the Sulzan to reach the Zanmir. I expect Basse prepares her summoning at its peak. I will follow behind as you clear... Salvaca!
Gorge on these souls and grow mighty.
you think you're brave coming here?
The anchorite! You're as bothersome as that damned Dremora. No matter. The votive rune is placed, and now you die.
You brought this on yourself, Dagonist. Hey, you, with the glowing hands. We have something in common. If you're not a cultist, we should talk.
Stay alert. I have it on good authority that I'm in danger.
Of course, Counselor.
Step back and state your business. I have every reason to believe that my life is in danger. If you so much as make a threatening gesture, the Brigandine will dismember. I was beginning to suspect as much. Very well. Tell me everything that you have learned. Leave nothing out. Lupus. Emperor Leovik's old steward? And Jirik as well? Gods, they are targeting the Elder Council. Anything else? Tell me. The ambitions? I heard that term once before, years ago. I must go to Tidewater Cave. I have a cache hidden there, and I need to check my records. Possibly. I oversaw the Imperial Treasury, so my records deal with expenditures and collections. I have documents going as far back as Emperor Morikar, possibly even Durkarat, extremely well. We were rivals as well as colleagues on the Elder Council. It was that way between all of the counselors, I suppose. Her death is a tragedy, however. I will...
Oh, hello. You look like a hardy soul, unconcerned with the prospect of death by trick, trap, or misadventure. How do you feel about helping a defenseless scholar from Gideon unearth a little history from Undertow Cavern? Oh, and have you heard of Phaeluvon the Magnificent? He was a famous Nibonese Minotaur hunter, but his final resting place was lost to time. After years of searching, I think I finally found the site of I hope to recover proof that this is Phaeluvon's tomb. His armor, helm, and sword would do nicely. But I didn't get far before I found the cavern overrun with goblins and minotaurs. No one in Leowyn realizes that Undertow Cavern is the final resting place of a great hero. Let me secure my... Just the sort of place goblins love. Darksome, dank, and foul. I can just picture this sword cleaving savage minotaurs. A pity it's dull beyond use now. armor shone by the light of moons or sun. It's just too bad Minotaurs are enraged by shiny objects. The armor, helm, and sword are all badly damaged. Skeptics might say these could have belonged to anybody. We need to find Phaelivon's Horn of Magnificence to settle the question for good. But where is... Phaelivon's Horn of Magnificence was his greatest treasure. My grandmother told me he made it from the horn of a Minotaur lord. It had a brass cap inscribed with an intricate design. I am. Mostly. But yes, I have a personal stake in this. Phaelivon is a distant ancestor. I grew up on stories of his battles. Grandmother told me the horn's note drove Minotaurs mad with fear and rage. But sometimes the horn called Minotaurs to battle even when no one sounded it. Maybe the Minotaurs are... Sure, I heard the horn in this chamber. But who sounded it? Phaelivon's horn! Just as the stories described it. Did this goblin sound the note we heard?
We weren't expecting visitors. Are you here to see the counselor? Are you here to speak with Counselor Sophis? I'm afraid my husband has taken our dog for a walk. Is there something I could help you with, perhaps? Danger? What are you talking about? Does this have something to do with that letter? Captain Rianne? I see. Well, if the Ivory Brigade sent you, my husband likes to walk our dog Chero along the tree line. Go on and find him. My husband, Valen, received a letter from an old friend this morning. Farl Lupus, Emperor Leovic's steward. What's taking you so long? They should...
Valen! No! Oh, Valen! Oh, my love!
You know, Valen acted strange after the letter from Farl Lupus arrived. He didn't tell me what it said, and I never asked. Before he left today, a scroll, sealed and bearing my husband's stamp. Take it. Give it to Counselor Leviticus.
Finally, proof of Phaelivon's legend. I'll be the talk of Gideon once I bring these trophies home. And yet, I wonder, did the goblins here cause their own troubles by meddling with Phaelivon's horn? I want to take them back to Gideon and prove, once and for all, that my family's story is true. Fame, fortune, festivities await! But if these relics, especially the Horn of Magnificence, are dangerous, perhaps I shouldn't bring them home. You're right. Phaelivon's magnificence deserves to be remembered far and wide. I'll take these historical relics to Gideon, and we may be bruised, battered, and wet, but these relics tell a magnificent story. I hope to see you again sometime. Although I must confess, now that I've finally found evidence supporting the legend, don't worry about me. I shall set out at once, and I shall neither fear
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game. Hey there, you've got a hungry look. The eye of a real competitor. I can see it. Well, it's a game, of course. A card game, to be precise. Full of twists and thrills and Ha! Hooked another one! If you want to learn the game, you should travel to Gonfalon Bay on High Isle and talk to my friend Bragus. You'll find him at the City Gaming Hall. He'll get you sorted. You are going to have such...
Just pet the dog. It's harmless. Oh, Tertia, you idiot. No wonder he hasn't... Is there something you want? Body? Ring? Oh, Riemann on high, what's this about? Aloysius wrote this? And he's dead? This makes no sense. Howling? He wasn't cursed. He was hallucinating. The toad that Argonian used to ease his pain must have been too strong for him. Aloysius convinced himself he was a werewolf, and he... This is the second worst proposal I've ever had. I was once kidnapped by a crazed Sulzon warlord and offered the heads of my neighbors as a dowry. I'd rather not talk about it. I've had more than a dozen failed engagements. Aloysius didn't run off and leave me like half the others. He even gave his life to protect me. I've never had anyone love me that much. Is it wrong? I wonder if the Temple of Mara would marry us posthumously. It was his dying wish, after all. Maybe I should employ a priest of... Well, why not? I've had absolutely no luck with the living, and it's not like this is how I dream.
Work builds character, they say.
If you get stopped by an Argonian and an orc who say they're looking for someone, please tell them to head to Solitude. They've been following me for weeks. I only just gave them the slip.
I'm glad you're here. I've been searching all over, but I could use your help. This place is huge. Why do rich people need so many rooms? Oh, but tell me, did you warn the counselors like I asked? Sophus is dead? Damn! Was it the Dark Brotherhood? What am I saying? Of course it was. I've torn this place apart, but so far I haven't found anything related to Imperial secrets or the ambitions. Maybe you can spot something. I knew you'd be a help, but I didn't expect you to just have the answer the moment you walked in. Good job! Counselor...
hidden compartment? I love it! I mean, I hate that people have died, but... So, what did you find? Let me see that. That's a code, all right. Some of the other documents I found use something similar. You know, I'm really starting to... Good idea. We need to report in to Councillor Leviticus anyway. Let him know what we uncovered. If he has a qualified scribe, great. If not, I know someone. They helped me with those other documents. Let's go to Leowyn Castle. I can't help feeling that once we solve the secret of the Longhouse Emperors, we'll know how to stop the Dark Brotherhood from murder.
Crazier than a cat on a scuba.
I need your report, mercenary. Word reached me that Councillor Jirik was murdered. What about Sophus and Valeria? And did you find definitive proof that the Dark Brotherhood is our cult? That's the Black Hand, symbol of the Dark Brotherhood. I wish Jirik and Sophus had allowed me to assign brigadines to protect them. At least Valeria, however reluctantly, agreed to... It appears that Councillor Leviticus's trust in the Wood Elf was not misplaced. Very well.
Captain Rian and the Ivory Brigade will deal with the Dark Brotherhood. We are perfectly safe in here.
Your damn empire, Leviticus. It no longer exists, but it still causes us trouble.
You must be the mercenary that Captain Rian told me about. And I see you're working with Everly Sharparrow. Good. Good. I assume you have something... Damn it all to oblivion and back. I should have taken Pharaoh Lupus more seriously when I received his letter. This is definitely the mark of the Dark Brotherhood. Anything else to add? Yes, that's the Longhouse Emperor's code. Only a handful of Imperial scribes can decipher it. I know one. Baragon. I'll send for him at once. Meanwhile, we must warn the remaining counselors on the list. Eivor, Valeria, Itinia, and Vandacia. Very good. I've sent messages to Itinia and Vandacia already, as neither of them are currently within Leowyn's jurisdiction. I need you to go to Fort Blueblood. Counselor Eivor has taken refuge there, but I'd prefer to... Everything we do now must be swift if we are to get ahead of this. Go to Fort Blueblood and convince Counselor Eivor to return to the city. She'll be safer here than at the fort.
Fort Blueblood? That's to the east across the river. I'll meet you there.
Reveler, comes. Dark tidings are upon us. The Crowborn horror encroaches upon our realm. If it is left alone, it will ultimately pierce a powerful wraith of crows from the Evergloam. Its approach is inevitable, but there is hope. Aspects of the horror. When you gather enough, you will be able to fashion an effigy of the horror. Once we imbue it with energy from the You must gather the cursed feathers. They may be found growing upon the most vile creatures throughout Tamriel.
Look! Councillor Leviticus and Captain Rianne sent me! I need to see Councillor Abor now!
And what about my sister? She hasn't been seen since she took the Councillor her meal.
Councillor Abor was very clear about this. She doesn't want to be disturbed. Oh, another mercenary. Is our Ivory Brigade so enfeebled that Captain Rianne must resort to hiring sellswords? Look, as I told the Wood Elf. All right, enough. I can see when I'm being overruled. Very well. I give you permission to enter the Watchtower. Councillor Abor's safety is now in your hands. Lurius? Oh, something about his sister. She's another servant here at the fort. Works in the kitchen, I believe. Apparently, she brought the Councillor her meal. He says she never returned, but the servants look for any opportunity to sneak off. Oh, another... The Councillor demanded we protect her. Said her life was in danger, but refused to give me any details. Imperial confidential.
Oh no! Councillor Abor's been murdered! But where's the servant? The Dark Brotherhood's calling card. They tore out the pages and took them, just when we were so close to finding out more about ambitions. Abor's meal is still warm. So what happened to the servant that delivered it? We have a door locked from the outside, a dead counselor, and a missing servant. Did the assassin take off with both the torn-out journal pages and the servant? Anyway, they not only murdered Abor, they probably know how to find the ambitions now. See that rope hanging from the top of the tower? Bet my bottom acorn that's how the assassin got in and out. But the missing servant...
Something about that is knocking on the back of my head. And why would the Dark... Maybe. But everything I've read about the Dark Brotherhood never suggested they would be interested in weapons of war, if that's even what the ambitions are. Damn it, we're loosing arrows in the dark.
So, will Counselor Eivor be returning with you to Leyawiin?
Murdered? Gods, keep your voice down. Do you want to start a panic?
Tell me what you found in the watchtower. Let me see that. A black handprint. The sign of the Dark Brotherhood. But where is the servant, Talais? Is she involved in this fiasco? And how did she... Well, that explains some of it, but not all. We need to locate Talais. Since you're already involved and working for Captain Rian, I want you to quietly try to find Talais.
Your sister is fine. This one is certain.
Then where could she be? She would never neglect her duties.
Probably found a dark corner and someone to snuggle with. This... Pleasant days, visitors. How can this one assist you? Ah, Talais. She worries her brother so. She asked me where we kept the hot root flakes. Counselor Eivor sprinkles them on every dish. I told her they are in the pantry, but you need the key from the kitchen to unlock.
All right, grab a broom and start sweeping.
What? No, that's Talais's job.
And do you see Talais anywhere? No. Then start sweeping. The servants come to the kitchen to mutter and gossip. This one will not have it. Misaba asks that you do not distract them overly long, as they are already naturally lazy. What is... That young woman. She has not returned from the watchtower, so her chores remain undone. And she took the pantry key with her when she went. It is no longer hanging on its own. The pantry is in the cellar, but the door is around the side of the building. Talais mumbled something about how the counselor loves hot root flakes. Grab the key.
I suppose now I have to do Talais's chores as well as my own. She owes me one. And she took the counselor her meal and hasn't returned. Did you check the watchtower? Eivor's a little old, but maybe Talais decided to improve her station, if you catch my meaning. Eivor reeks of fear. Maybe Talais finds that attractive. Well, she's been acting like a frightened guar since she arrived. Stays locked up in the watchtower. Only lets a single servant in at a time. And I hear she's been burning people.
Before we check the pantry, let's talk. So, what did we learn? Counselor Eivor was frightened, but that's understandable. Interesting that she was burning documents. Her journal indicated that she knew more than the others. And Talais visited the pantry before heading to the watchtower. Couldn't hurt. And every mystery novel... Is that... Damn it! They murdered Talais too! Why would the Dark Brotherhood murder... Oh no! We need to talk about this. Alright, I think I figured it out. Alright, I think I figured it out.
The assassin followed Therese down here, murdered her, and took her place so they could gain access to the watchtower. Pretty clever. No, not from what I've read anyway. I thought they only killed those whose names appeared on their contracts. I can't imagine anyone asked them to... Yes, but we still need to check on Councillor Valeria. And someone needs to go to Gideon and make sure that Councillor Van Dacia is all right. Can I leave those tasks to you? I want to return to Leowyn and consult with Councillor Leviticus. Oh, good point. Before you head out, report to Commander Orton. Tell him what happened to Therese, and how we think the assassin slipped into the watchtower undetected. His brigadines need to be able to recognize and... After you report to the commander, make contact with Councillors Valeria and Van Dacia. Valeria went to Tidewater Cave to get her records, and Van Dacia works in the Gideon courthouse. Yes. No, I don't know. We were talking about the councillors. Valeria and Van Dacia. Suddenly I had a premonition. It was brief and... Remember I told you about that strange book I found? The one with the Daedric writing that I can't read? I've been having bad dreams since I found it, and the dreams are becoming more frequent. It was just a flash, but it was accompanied by a feeling. I felt a sense of overwhelming evil, all tied up in the figure I saw in my mind. Like someone held a portrait in front of my face, but it was one of the Waking Flame cultists, I think. Someone powerful, in command. A dark silhouette wrapped in a cloak. I'll never forget.
All right. You talked to the fort's servants and rummaged around in our pantry. What's the verdict? Did you find the missing servant? That's... Oh, that's horrible. Are you sure? No. Of course you're sure.
The mercenary. A few moments later, and you would have found an empty cave. Your timing really is impeccable. We've already packed up my records, and we're about to head out. But what news of the other counselors? All 3 of them? That's disheartening news. Well, I'll take my records to Leowen. Perhaps between the 2 of us, Counselor... Oh, just a lifetime of public service and bureaucracy. Mostly financial records, but also meeting notes, ledgers, those sorts of things. That's good to hear. Emperor Leovic loved to hide things in coded documents. Perfect. Remind him he's too old to play the hero, and I want to see him in Leowen.
Your guards did their job, Counselor Van Dacia. The prisoner is secure.
And what's this? More assassins? Explain yourself immediately! One attempt on my life today is more than enough. If you're another one of those Dark Brotherhood bastards, I assure you, you won't find either myself or Governor Keshu to be easy prey. Warn me? As always, Leviticus offers too little and too late. I received the letter, same as the other counselors. My personal guard took the threat seriously, and we captured the assassin in the act. But what of my esteemed colleagues? Are they safe? Dead? All three of them? This is unimaginable. Pharaoh Lupus's letter suggested the Longhouse Emperors left behind a secret that would prove to be a threat. But I thought he was just being melodramatic. Poor ambitions. Never heard of them. How could something I know nothing about make me a target of the Dark Brotherhood? It's got to be a mistake. Governor Keshu locked the prisoner in the holding cell in the courthouse basement. Question the villain, and find out why the Dark Brotherhood is trying to wipe out anyone who was part of the Imperial Elder Council. I'll head for Leowin afterward. I wish there was something I could tell you. The letter I received suggested that some old council business was the cause of all this. Why the Dark Brotherhood would be interested in such menial affairs, I'm not sure. I'm complete.
The cell door is open. What happened here?
Poured something on the lock. Hit me. And escaped.
Some sort of acid ate right through the lock. Look, there's more of it on the floor.
He ran that way, toward the old ruins.
He almost knocked me over. How rude!
He attacked this legionnaire and ran into the ruins of the old city.
You're persistent, I'll give you that. All right, let's chat. Do you make it a habit to read other people's mail? That letter is personal and private, full of sensitive information. Well, aren't you a fast reader? If you chased after me because of something Council Van Dacia told you, well, he lied. If the Dark Brotherhood sets out to kill you, you're dead. We don't make mistakes. We don't fail. I haven't killed anyone. Not recently, anyway. And if you're talking about our calling card, anyone can dip their palm in black ink and slap it on a sheet of parchment. Look, we received no contracts. I'm here. Good question. If you figure it out, let me know. I certainly owe someone for the bruises the Councilor's guards gave me. Now, as much fun as this has been, I really do need to get back to my daring escape. Best of luck with your mystery. Tempting, but no. I detest so-called places of justice.
I treat...
Again? Look, I've got just as much right to stand here as anyone else. If those scantily clad Debellites want me to leave, you tell them. You're not one of their sanctified bullies? That's a relief. Call me Ferric. I came to Gideon to clear my family's name. But the loose-robed fanatics and the Dibble... They think my Grana Cerise murdered their high priest decades ago. It's not true, and I mean to set the record straight. Might take a little snooping around, but the evidence is here. Thanks for the help. Not easy for Gemains to make friends around here. The Debellites use that manse in the center of town as their Dibellasium. Sort of a consecrated love nest.
What do you want?
So, this is the Dibellasium. Just what I expected. Look at this place. These Debellites fancy themselves free-spirited bards blown by the wind. But they've got enough gold to make Zenithar blush. I don't know yet. I just know we have to look. Take this. It's a rare bit of magic called a memory stone. Grana Cerise gave it to Grandpa Lier the night before she supposedly murdered Priestess Rolain and fled. Maybe it'll show us something. I'm a carpenter, not a mage. But according to this dark elf I showed it to, the mushroom wizards up in Morrowind used them to store their memories. The catch is, you have to stand where the memories occurred to wake up the memory. Aye, that's the hope. I know we face long odds on this. Magic stones and lost memories sound like storybook nonsense.
Look! The stone flashed! Did you see it? Try to use it. Something's happening. Is that... It's a memory! Who is that? Laura's mercy! By the 8, what was that? A murder? Someone recorded a murder in that stone? Why would... Aye. Way Grandpa Lier tells it. In the weeks before Rolain vanished, a handful of novitiates went missing. None of them were popular enough to raise an outcry. Grana Cerise helped all the novitiates. Cleaning linens, tending to flowers, arranging sheet music. She knew everyone. These people probably would have pinned the disappearances on her too. The Debellites decided it must have been a conspiracy. The missing novitiates were all in on the plot. Now we see the truth of it. Can't be sure, but whoever murdered those novitiates might have murdered Rolain too. Another flash. Try the stone now. Not another one. Preserve me. So real.
You didn't like how I tucked in the bed sheet. Really? How many ways can there be?
I'll report you to the guard if I have to.
Just my thoughts.
It's our killer again. What's he doing? Gods, what is that? Magic? Did you see those gestures? Can you repeat them? Mara's mercy! Skeletons! Are those the murdered novitiates? I think I might... Come on, Farron. Keep it together. Find anything? What have you got there? A letter? Here, let me have a look at it. Oh, and can I... Clara, Ariel, Edgard. Yes, these were the novitiates. This should bring their families some closure, at least. It wasn't enough that the murderer killed the novitiates. She had to steal their souls, too? How would someone even do that? Huh. I've heard of soul gems before, but not black soul gems. I thought mages just used them on rabbits and goblins and such. These black ones can suck up the souls of men and mer? He'd preserve us. The ledger said the killer traded them, right? Never heard of them. But then again, honest carpenters like me don't do much business with soul-stealing wizards. It's all academic anyway. There's no way of knowing if the trade even took place. Unless that map you... I never told you how Priestess Rolain died, did I? She left to visit Leowyn in her carriage, along with her flower-bearer Cerise, my grandmother. They never arrived. Maybe this map shows where they went. Grandpa said there'd been talk about how Grana Cerise and the other junior priestesses of Dibella were greedy. When news came that Priestess Rowling had been murdered, none questioned they'd killed her. I don't see how it could be anything else.
Doesn't seem like I'm getting much done here.
What is it?
So, the mercenary from Leyawen has returned. Tell me, were you able to capture the assassin? Or perhaps... Allow me to peruse the document, if you will. Proof positive that the Dark Brotherhood... What did you expect? Such lies fall from his lips like rain from the sky on a stormy day. Villains never freely admit they... What? Oh, my personal guard are nearby, and these legionnaires are sufficient. You need not be concerned.
Look, there in the water. Could that be it? See what you can find. I'm afraid to ask, but I've got to. Let me see. Yes! I've seen that seal too many times. See the flowers encircling the face? It's a symbol of Dibella. This is a high priestess... So Priestess Rowling was transporting those? Why? Did Grana Cerise know about it? They left town together and vanished together. My grandmother's skeleton isn't here, so... Do you think... No, it couldn't have been Grana. She wasn't in Gideon when the novitiates were killed. The priestess had access to the treasury. You should say hello, right? I'm right behind you. That's Grana Cerise, isn't it? She's been here in this cave all this time. Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm sure uncovering murderous cults... Sorry for keeping you waiting. I'm sure uncovering murderous cults and meeting your grandmother's ghost is run-of-the-mill fodder for you. I know. I should have told you from the start, but I didn't want to scare you off, thinking I was crazy or something. It started a month or so ago. I know it is. She just stared us both in the face and guided us to her remains, right? But what now? She put an end to Rolane's plot, but no one will believe me. The Germains will keep getting stepped on. They'll say I faked the whole thing. That might actually work. Keshu the Black Fin and her Argonians couldn't give two croaks about Dibella and her flock. Keshu's war mage, Fire from Nowhere, knows local history. He might just listen.
No sign? Good. Carry on. Son's greetings, Biko. Your friend's eyes seem gray with worry. What troubles you both? Rolane. Ah, yes, the prophet woman these smooth skins mourn. She's been dead for a very long time, but still they cry. It is very strange. But that... Well then, that is not what I expected you to say. If this is true, there will be a great wailing in the Dibalacium. Disbelief also. They curse the woman Cerise Germain, and all who hatch from her clutch. Your proof must be hard. I can tell you speak the truth. In the name of Keshu, I claim the Breton Ferric Germain as my charge. I place my hand upon the Hist and swear no harm will befall.
Thank the Eight for Fire from Nowhere. And for you. I never could have accomplished this without your help. I can't believe it's over. I guess I'll stay in Gideon until we put this matter to rest for good. I want to see these people's faces when they come to terms with what really happened. Then, it's back to Bravelin. If I didn't trust Keshu and her Argonians to protect me, I'd flee right now. I'm sure there are plenty of people in Gideon who will want me dead for what I know.
So if that's north, that means... Wait, that's not right! Oh, more was mercy! A little help, anyone? Are you from around here? Sorry, I'm not familiar with Gideon and... Wait, are you here because of my flyers? Thank Rutka. Call me Yasar. I'm an author. Aspiring, really. I've penned a few romance novels, but they all lack, what's the word? Authenticity, yes. So, I resolved to get out into the world and find... Yes! Well, not exactly. A tragic affair played out there years ago, and love-struck spirits still haunt the castle. I acquired a magic lantern that allows me to... Thank you for agreeing to accompany me. With your help, my next romance novel will be a masterpiece. Here, take the lantern. Now, fair warning. I've never actually used it, but I heard a ghostly woman wanders the city gardens. We can test it there. Well,
I can tell you it's alien in origin.
A word of advice, traveler. If you're trying to get anything done in Gideon, Keshu makes things happen. She is quite busy, of course, but she turns no one away. No matter who you are, if your need is great, she will use...
Did you know Gideon stands on what was once an ancient Ayleid settlement? Fascinating.
You made it! Alright, this is the place where people see the spirit. Go on and try out the lantern.
Who intrudes upon my grief? Gioves is lost. My son is lost. How will it remain? You can see me? It matters little. The miseries of Castle Gioves bind me here, bind all of us here. We are cursed. Our gardens wither, our once great walls crumble. I am Duchess Estella of Castle Gioves. As for the curse, it is the work of a vile trollop named Alizinda. Arche scorn her soul. My darling boy, I cannot bear to speak of it anymore. My poor Mathan. I sense his presence sometimes. He's bound to the place where he died. An old cottage north. Help him. Help my son. Succeed where his mother failed.
It worked! I told you it would work! Tall Papa's breeches, what a tale! A ghostly duchess, lusty young nobles, betrayal and murder. This story's got it all. Whew. Yes, tied to a cottage nearby. I can almost picture it. Rustic, secluded, tossel quilts, embers smoldering on the hearth. Gives me the prickles. Almost makes... The Duchess said the lover's name was Alizinda. That was my great-great-grandmother's name. It can't be a coincidence, can it? She lived in Gideon for a time before moving back to Alakir. Do you think... This is the cottage the Duchess mentioned, I think. Not all that romantic, is it? Let's look around. Nothing but creaky floorboards and old weeds for me. I knew I should have brought... May I? Her anguish just jumps off the page, doesn't it? So, Mathin intended to marry someone else and Alazinda killed him. It's a ring of Mara, the sort of ring used in a pledge of marriage. Mathin might have intended to give it to this mysterious fiancé or... I'll hang on to the ring. Let's use the lantern. Maybe Mathin...
Who's there? Alazinda, my love. Is it you?
So this is Mathin?
This light. It offers some respite from my sorrows. You have my thanks. I am Mathin Galenus, heir to the duchy. Curse? Is heartache not curse enough? My great love, Alazinda, poisoned me on the very night I meant to propose to her. Someone deceived her. Told her I meant to marry. I do not know. I've learned that certain objects hold a grip on the soul. Things we treasured in life. In my darkest moments, I sometimes feel drawn. Maybe. These long, gray years make it difficult to think. Seek out the chapel. You will find it to the west, amidst the ruins of the castle. My lady, forgive my impertinence, but you are the very image of my lost love, Alazinda. How could this be?
Oh my goodness. I believe I'm her descendant, brave Sir Duke, Baron, whatever. My name's Ysara, by the way. What were we talking about again?
You share her spirit, Lady Ysara. At last, fate grants me a kindness.
We must help him. That poor soul. I'll catch up to you at the chapel, all right? I need to jot down some notes. Well, here we are, and not a scrap of golden armor in sight. Let's have a look around. What's that you've got there? Not a golden helm by any chance. A magical incantation. The handwriting is different from Alizinda's journal. That means she can't be responsible for the curse. I knew my ancestor wasn't a sorceress. A murderer? Maybe, but not a sorcerer. Yes, and more importantly, why? The person who cast the spell clearly had an axe to grind. Maybe it was a court wizard or some jilted witch. My novel's less romance and mystery at this point. Let's use the lantern again.
What are you doing here? Why aren't you caring for my boy? Did you find my dear Mathin? Can't I trust you to locate a simple cottage? How is that possible? It had to be Alizinda. When Mathin died, the Duchy's light died with him. That Redguard wench cast us into darkness. If I could just have brought him... Yes! Arkay, forgive me! I wept over his body in this very chapel for 3 days without sleep or nourishment. My grief was ocean deep. I cast the spell over his armor and sword, but it went awry. I wrote everything down. You can find my notes in my private study beneath the eastern wall. If you find his helm, breastplate, and shield...
Necromancy? How could she...
You! Oh, I see you well enough, Redguard. You think I don't notice the family resemblance? You stay away from my boy!
Tava's feathers. Bit touchy, isn't she? Let's make our way to this private study. Carefully. His own mother toying with dark magic in this very room. What a plot twist. You found Duchess Estella's notes that quickly? Thank Rooped Guy can rely on your eyes. Can barely see a thing in this place. Really? Oh, I think I spotted some on the way across the castle grounds. I knew that herbalism workshop would come in handy someday. I saw a clump of heartsbane on the way here. Come on! This way, I think. There! That's Heartsbane, right? You found his helm? We're off to a great start. Unless... Sorry. I feel like we've assembled most of the clues to this mystery. Well, Duchess Estella got them into the situation, right? She cast the ugly spell that cursed poor Mathin, and now we're gathering up the items she used to make this mistake in the first place? Maybe not. She wasn't a professional necromancer. Maybe she missed something too. Remember what Mathin told us? Certain objects take hold of the soul. If that's the case, isn't it odd that only one way to find out? Let's use the lantern again. I'm still carrying the ring. If he followed us here...
Lady Ysara, I had not expected to see you again. Why do you summon? Where are we? It's been so long since I walked the grounds of the castle. I scarcely recognize it. Whatever the place, it is good to speak to someone again. Spell? Some ill-conceived plot to resurrect me, I presume. Mother never could suppress her passion for the occult. Now we both pay the price. But even so, I feel something else now. My Ring of Mara? I had not thought to see it again. I see it clearly now, though. At rest near the heart of the fair Lady Ysara. The course is clear, friend. Gather my armor and rid me of... Lady Ysara, you bear not only Alizinda's ring, but her spirit as well. Had I a heart, it would pound like a drum at the sight of you.
Thank you, Mathin. I'm sorry for what happened to you. My friend and I will fix it, I promise.
Having you beside me is all I need. Come, let me sweep you away. Find my armor and break the curse. Your friend will be safe with me in the meantime.
Oh my! What just happened? Mathin, what did you do?
Where is your lecherous friend? Just like her ancestor, ensnaring her betters, meddling in family affairs. Mathin truly meant to marry Alizinda. A woman with no pedigree, no means, and no great talent. She was a no one. I couldn't bear the idea of him throwing his... I only meant to split them apart. It was for his own good. Typical of low-bred paupers, she overreacted. Mathin died by her hand, not mine. It is in the mausoleum, beneath the Great Bridge, guarded by Calvis Vannon, 1st Duke of Gioves. Retrieve the sword and bring everything you found to Tavia's tower. I don't want that woman lingering near my son any more than you do. Find the sword and bring it to the tower.
Intruders everywhere!
loose everywhere.
Mathen, my darling boy. We can finally end this curse.
And now I part with the Lady Ysara as well? Is there nothing you won't take from me?
Place the regalia, adventurer. It is well past time we left.
Farewell, dear lady. I wish we had more time.
Mathen! Why aren't you... Mathen!
I am sorry. I'm still here?
My poor Mathen. What went wrong?
I am sorry for absconding with dear Lady Ysara. I found myself conflicted, torn between two intentions. One in the cursed armor. Trapped. Perhaps. The foul burden of necromancy no longer weighs me down. But my connection to the ring is no less intense. Perhaps. Part of me still yearns for the warmth of Aetherius. But now, as I behold the beautiful Lady Ysara, I'm given pause. Lady Ysara, light of my afterlife. That ring you carry is the key to my heart. I leave my fate in your hands.
My hands? Mathen, what are you saying?
If you choose to wear the ring, I will remain by your side. An attentive and loving guardian.
Are you serious? Tall Papa, preserve me.
Destroy the ring, and I will pass to Aetherius. The choice, my lady, is yours.
Did I just get a proposal from a ghost? Up until now, the only man who ever wooed me was a stable hand in Bergama. I know I should recoil at this. It's profane, blasphemous, right? But God... Ugh! How could he lay something like this at my feet? I can barely decide which boots to wear most days. When he swept me away, he told me his heart was torn to pieces. He said I was the only... I don't know. Aside from the whole ghostly murder victim thing, this is what my heart always yearned for. It's why I write romance novels. The thought that I could bring him love and joy is intoxicating. Still, he deserves peace and rest, right? Yes, I want to write and travel and feel the rush of romance every time I slip on this ring. Mathen and I have so much to offer one another. It will be a little weird, yes, but I want you to stay with me, Mathen. I know it's weird, but...
Weird? No, my lady. Unique. Unique and perfect.
3 of my comrades remain somewhere in these... I am Keeper Sirion, Warden of the Banished Cells. The Daedra have helped my... You're serious? I've mentioned the swarms of Daedra, have I not?
I've seen better days. The High Kin Lord's power has grown. He would not have been able to escape our predecessors as he has escaped us today. We need to go after him.
Delightful folly is this? The Keeper have enlisted an outsider to face me? You fools have fallen so low! There are easier ways to prove your bravery, mortal. Turn back, or you'll share the Keeper's fate.
Arudor! See to him!
By the Empyrean light. Let's hope he lives.
Has he been slain?
He's not the model of well-being, but he lives. Are you satisfied, Siri? I'm eager to pursue the High King. Over there, Veronil. We found her.
I see her. Let's hope she lives. We'll need her before the day is done.
She's going to be fine with a little restoration magic. We should be considering how to handle the High Kinlord.
Even if we defeat him, how do we contain him? He's already escaped once. If we could control Daedric magic, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. What do you think, Sirion? Fight fire with fire?
Stay your tongue, Veronil! You insult your lineage by even thinking it. Does the High Kinlord's fate appeal to you, son? We go with my plan and divide his essence among us.
I don't know how you defeated those Banekin, but I'm going to enjoy this. Ah, it's the outsiders. So the Keepers are afraid to face me. Very well, you'll die in their stead. You think you've beaten me? How amusing. Haven't you noticed that the pact I've made protects me from death?
Ignore his words, Keepers. Begin the separation.
I'm not confident this will work, Sirion.
What are you lot doing? Oh, I do so love to see magic. Is that what this is? This isn't as grand as the spells I learned from the Daedra. But I don't expect much from mortal aldermen. Remember, children, you'll never keep me here of your own accord. Not when the Daedra fight for me. Perhaps you'd fare better if you had Daedra on your side.
His madness nears delirium. Ignore him, Keepers. Bind the High Kinlord.
By the light Imperium, the Keepers of the Banished Cells hereby condemn Willis the Twelfth to imprisonment unending.
Oh my, it looks like you've won. Old Relis's days of freedom are over, it seems.
I thought you said this bastard wouldn't be able to speak.
The prison's not perfect, yet. But we have time. And Relis, I'll make sure of it. Thanks to you, Relis will never see Tamriel again. The situation would be dire. You have been a boon to us. We Keepers would have failed our people if it weren't for you. We'll have to continue to refine Relis's prison.
Oh, hello there. Oh, hello there. You know if this is the Silent Halls? A willow said I could find it out this... Yes and no. I'm here because I'm looking for a Harada creeper seed. Don't come by those very... well, ever. That's what I said, isn't it? Got to be in the right state of mind for tree speaking. Just gets my thoughts in a jumble. I could use a clear head, right? Guess I should introduce myself then. Unless you're some sort of vision guide, then you probably know who I am. What was it? Green as grass. Why do you ask? Oh, you mean with my head? That's just because the tree's speaking. Most folks can't. The secret's in the leaves. Most folk think communing with nature is all about sitting by streams and meditating. Of course, the Harada creeper. Something unpleasant going on, all right. The foliage is real restless around here. And loud. Hold on there! Look at this vine! That's definitely a Harada creeper vine. Now, if only we can find its roots. Must be around here somewhere. More Harada vines. Try pulling them up. Oh, no. Still no roots. This creeper's done quite some creeping. Let's keep looking. just a dizzy spell. Comes on strong when the trees don't know how to use their inside voice. And most don't. Oh, right, you can't hear it. Feels like we walked right into the middle of an argument. Liable to split my head. Not your average termites and weevils, I can tell you that much. The kind that makes you scream. Still no roots. Hey, it's quieted down quite a bit out here. Hello? No, not you. Shush a moment. Ooh. I get what all the hollering was about. That creeper strangling it. Well, we can't just leave this nasty oblivion weed with all these helpless greens. Let's dig it up. Maybe I can transplant. No? But I reckon I can find it. They're a nasty bunch. Looks like they're doing alchemy here with the errata vines. Let's see what they're up to. Looks like they've been harvesting the Harada vines. Awful lot of them. Some kind of alchemical concoction. Made from the creeper, I reckon. Yuck! Paper! Turns my stomach to think of some poor tree being hacked to bits and pulverized so folk can tattoo their taxes onto them. I heard the Surzon were raiders, but I didn't imagine they'd be interested in this sort of equipment. Looks like they... In Gideon, when I was trying to get introduced to a Hist, good-natured Argonian warned me which parts of Blackwood were most dangerous. Surzon territory most of all. Bit of a thorny trail we're on, yeah? But hostile Argonians making potions out of a plant from Oblivion seems like all the more Yeah, or at least that's the impression I get. Tree speaking ain't easy, you know. Even Valenwood trees are all rhyming. Well, someone's been here recently. Let's keep an eye out while we look for the creeper. There's definitely some creepy creeper tingles in here. Think we're on the right trail. You hear that? Trees finally speaking clearly.
Over here!
Oh, wait. It's a
Whoever you are, please, help! Solzan ambushed the caravan we were with, dragged everyone here, tried to escape, but they caught us. Killed and harvesting, chopping, grinding some fiendish nettles into powder. They mix it into some concoction, turns those brutes into monsters. More than they already are. Watched some in the heart of the ruin, where that horrid vine grows. They feed it our blood. bleeder.
That's horrible. You heard that, right? The Sulzan aren't just harvesting the Aradavar, gorging it and letting it grow wild, and ravage the native growth, all so they can reap its vines for their nasty alchemy. That'd be horrid enough. But they're using these poor folk for... Right. She did, didn't she? Well, we'd better set them... everywhere. And so are the prisoners.
They were unfit to tend.
I'll climb up to the folk on those trellis. You get the ones on the ground. Let's hurry.
Is that you? By Beck, Levine really found someone to help. Thank you, stranger.
There you go. Follow your friend down there and get out of here.
Wait, you're not one of these marauders?
Thank the divines. I thought I'd die down here.
If you're here to help, please hurry. Did Mother send you? I can't wait to see her again.
Let me climb down. I've got something to tell you. That's all the caravanners except Bavine. But there's still... I can still hear the creeper fighting with that tree for one. And the tree's losing. We've got to do... Yeah, that was before I saw it. The Sulzan have grown it so out of control that we'd never uproot the creeper intact. The heart of the Harada creeper should be a big bulb with roots extending out. Reach in there and yank out its seed pod. Then, those two dark elves are Bavine's husband and son. She was still alive when we left her, but with her injuries, she'll be as good as dead without help. You all just get yourselves to safety. We'll handle the rest.
You are too late.
What's that? Oh, feeling a bit better then? Don't mention it. Huh? Oh, sorry. Was just listening to our new tree friend. And a history at that. Been wanting to talk to one for ages. She's barely hanging on. Even my strongest medicine wouldn't do much for her. It'd take a miracle to... The East says the Creeper's seeds could do the trick. Did you manage to get the pod? What's that? Oh, they did? Well, there you go. We can... Gosh. If it were the green, wouldn't be a question. The plant comes first. The pack doesn't count here, but if I grow my own creeper, I can get more seeds and make... Yeah, you're right. Even the tree knows that. What do you mean it's not for you to decide? What made you think I was qualified? I'll need a moment to whip something together with these seeds, but we'll be right behind you.
Phew. That salve's like Red Mountain in my veins. I've got it from here.
Wish I could have saved some for my own head. I'm just going to have a sit down over here.
Baveen, where have you been?
So, that's an adventure, eh? Think I prefer my garden if I'm honest. Does feel pretty good. What's a priceless specimen compared to those smiling faces, eh? Does leave me feeling guilty for hesitating, but I'm glad... Oh, shame I didn't have a...
Ah!